It's 10 minutes after 10. So if you're here with us today, I will encourage you to bring your priority task and let's work together to see how much we achieve today. So today we are also using that 50-10, which means we'll be doing a deep work for 50 minutes and then mindful rest for 10 minutes. So it's not all about work, it's about the work and rest balance. So join me today and let's work from now till 4 p.m. Once it's 4 p.m., we are rounding up, and I will encourage you to reduce every distraction if you are joining today. And remember that during the break time that we can chat, so you can drop whatever you want us to talk about in the chat, especially about how to improve our memory and how to improve our productivity. So if you're writing, if you're in the office, if you're a student, you're welcome to join me today and let's work together and see how much you achieve within 6 hours. And you will see that it goes very fast and it goes with less stress, because we take breaks in between. We take little breaks every 1 hour. We take 10 minutes break, and that is enough to give us the clarity that we need. That is enough to also give us the rest that our body need in order to be restored, so our energy will be at its top, so we can achieve what we want to achieve. So I will encourage you to be here today. And if you're working, join us. If you're a student, join us. Ask questions on how to improve your study. Also, I'm here to answer your questions. So if you're studying and you're struggling and you are thinking, okay, why am I not understanding things easily, you can just ask questions. If you have students everywhere, wherever they are, you can invite them to researchers, especially those that are struggling with managing their energy, managing their focus, managing their time. And I mean focus, because it is everything these days, because our focus is being dragged from every quarter. Everything is seeking for attention, but you need the attention to keep your memory going. You need the attention to be productive. You need the attention to achieve what you want to achieve. So here we'll also talk about how to focus, how to improve our attention, how to improve our memory, how to improve our productivity in general. If you're a student, we'll also be talking about how to study the techniques that you can use, especially those that are struggling. If you are an adult student, I've taught those and I know they struggle. So they have a lot at hand. They have everything to risk, because they have their family, they have their work, they have their life, and a middle age and all those is not easy. And now they have to pass exams, they have to write papers, so it's a lot of work to do. So you can join us here, ask questions. So be free, you can type it in the chat, then we'll respond during the break time. But during the deep work time, it's a focused time, it's a focused 50 minutes. So if you're joining us and you see us just writing, typing, or maybe you see me, maybe I was just trying to remember things, then you know that is the deep work time, because that time we don't use it for talking, we use it for work. So you join us and let's see how much you achieve. And for those of us that are struggling with our memory, so you start this morning by looking at how much you remember of the things that you did yesterday. So that is the first thing that we do this morning. Before we start at 10 minutes after 10, I want you to start recollecting the things that you did yesterday. Start by looking at it hour by hour. Let's just say in the morning when you woke up, what time did you wake up in the morning yesterday, and what time did you have your breakfast? Can you remember that exactly? And what did you have for breakfast? And who was the first person that you saw in the morning? What was the first word or sentence that you heard yesterday in the morning? So I want you to use that to wake up your memory, because memory is everything, and people are struggling with memory issues because we have a lot of dependency on external memory, on external help, on easy answers, which has definitely affected the way we think and also the way we store information. So for you to keep your memory intact, to keep your memory working, I want you to always try as much as possible to retrieve information from your memory. So this morning, like I said, the first thing to think about are the things that you did yesterday. What are the things that you did yesterday? Can you remember clearly when you woke up? Can you remember clearly what you had for breakfast yesterday? Can you remember clearly the first person that you saw yesterday and what you heard first yesterday? So let's start with that. And remember that during every break that we'll be talking about tips and strategies, things that we can do to keep our memory sharp, to keep our memory brighter, to reform our memory, to improve our memory, to solidify and strengthen our memory. So if that is you, if you know that you're very forgetful, please make sure to join us and make sure to contribute during the break times. You can put it in the chat, you can just ask questions during the break time, and we'll answer. You can ask now, and we also answer during the break time. So it is very important that we learn to improve our work and rest balance. If you haven't scheduled your rest, please do schedule your rest and make sure to take your rest serious, because it's part of your productivity. It's not all about work, but a good work and rest balance is more productive than working at a stretch. So always join us, so you take a break when you ought to. Every 1 hour we take 10 minutes break, and during that 10 minutes break is mindful, so you take your eyes, your hands off every work. So if you're working with the screen like I'm doing, if you're always on the screen, I want to give you one advice that will be very helpful. That's for your eyes, because it's very important. If you are in the academics, if you are a student, you know that your eyes is an asset, is something that you don't want to lose. So if you're working with a screen, take your eyes off the screen intermittently. Let's just say after every 2 minutes, after every 10 minutes, after every 5 minutes. Take your eyes off the screen and take your eyes through the window or wherever you know you can see further ahead, and try to see how far you can see, and try to see how clear you can see. That helps you to adjust your sight, and that helps you to adjust your focus, because you can see so many people are just seeing this far now. Once it's more than this, they will be struggling. Once it's too close, they'll be struggling because of their phone, the laptops, and the desktop. That is the lens at which the desktop is fixed. You can see mine, and the laptop is just this way, and your phone is this way. So you see many people struggling to see farther ahead and to see closer. So that is what is happening. You will need to take your eyes off intermittently and look through the window, look through anywhere that you know you can see further. Try to see as far as you can and adjust your sight. And if you keep doing that, your sight will be very strong. So it's very good that you protect your eyes, use the right screen, use the right work environment. So we are starting now. So let's see how much we achieve before it's 10:50, which is our first break. I wish you a very productive day today. So it's our break time. This is 10:50 now. Yeah. So for those of us that are working, it's time for you to go on a break, to stretch, walk around, relax, and do things that helps you relax, things that makes you rest. Those are the things that you do during your break. So you need to find out what makes you relax, because during the break time, you really need it to perform better in the next section. So you need to take your break. You can go for a walk. You can also sit here and let's discuss, but just take your mind and your eyes off the work that you're doing. The task that you have been doing, you can just take your hands off it and let's discuss. You can put in the chat what you want us to talk about. So we'll be looking at our memory, looking at how to improve our memory. It's not all about doing the puzzles and all those things that the memory test and the memory exercises that some people, sometimes it can be fearful, because some of them are so difficult that you'll be thinking, oh, is my memory really that bad? Or maybe I never had even a memory. But yeah, here we talk about simple things that you can do to improve your memory, simple things that you can take up as habits, so you can do it every day even without knowing it, as you go on. So you see your memory improving and being strengthened. So it's very important that you listen during the break time. And sometimes during the break I might also be walking around, but it's quite good that we talk about our memories. If you are joining me today and you have any question about the memory, how your memory is working, or maybe you think you are very forgetful these days, or you think, oh, I don't learn easily like I used to pick up things. Sometimes you find yourself struggling to pick up things, struggling to remember things, struggling to learn new things. So you might be asking yourself, okay, what will I do, or what has happened? So let's start from looking at what memory is. So when we talk about memory, what we're talking about is your ability to encode information, that's to get the information. And the second one is to store it, that's keeping it for a time so you can use it later. And then the last one is the ability to retrieve it. And many of us, we only recognize or notice that something is wrong when we can't retrieve it, but it might actually have happened. Maybe things that went wrong from the time that you did not encode it rightly. Because if you did not encode it, if you didn't store anything, it's just like you looking for milk in the fridge when you didn't buy one, or you're looking for something in a bag that you did not put anything. So if you did not encode it the right way, it will be difficult for you to remember it, because there is nothing there to remember. And if you did not store it, which means you just saw it, or maybe you purchased it and didn't pick it up and took it home, you left it there, so there is nothing to bring out. So it's very important that you learn how to encode information, especially for those of us that are lifelong learners and those that are students, or maybe you're a researcher. You need your brain, you need your memory to be sharp and functioning very well, because it will reduce stress and will improve your confidence. So it's good that you strengthen your memory. So you need to look at how you encode information. How do you learn? How did you see what you want to remember? How did you study what you want to remember? So if you are struggling, so you need to start building it up from that end, trying to encode information the right way, trying to store information, to know how to store information the right way, from the short-term memory, from the sensory to the short-term memory to the long-term memory, how to store it and keep it well so you can retrieve it. Then you practice recall active retrieval of information from your brain. When you practice those, you will see yourself improving, you see your brain strengthening, and that is just how it works. So let's just look at today. I will start because that's just to lay the basics. So let's look at the things that may really lead to what we are seeing. Like the other days, we talked about information overload, when we have too much information like we have these days. And we talk about digital dependence, we have external memory dependence, and we have easy answers that you can just call up anything from anywhere and you get it. So your brain doesn't have to struggle to retrieve. So it has made your brain to learn to change the path from remembering things, trying to study or understand things, to remembering where to find it. So that is a different ballgame together. So let's look at stress, because this is one thing people are passing through and they don't want to mention it. And we are not here to do any blame game or to feel guilty about it. No, because nobody wants to be stressed, but we find ourselves in it. That is just how it happened, because we are living on earth. You see yourself stressed. You want to pass. You want to pay your bills. you have to avoid sickness, you have to do so much that you have to do that. Now it's very stressful, and coupled with the digital age that we are in now, we have so much information to handle. So stress is everywhere. So it can come from maybe your academics, it can come from being a parent, being in your workplace, and things are not going the right way. It can be stressful. So let's just look at what happens when stress comes. If you have stress, if it is uh, now impacting you, so you can identify that, so you can know when you are under stress, your body produces cortisol, and when those hormone, when they are produced, you know what it does. It's not good to your body, harmful, very harmful to your physical health, for your to your mental health. Is very bad, because it's going to affect the hypothalamus, so which is responsible for the formation of your memory. So when that part of your brain is affected already, it's just like you are pouring salt, little salt on earthworm. You know what that, even if it is very little, is very painful. So with time, if it goes through that for a long time and it becomes chronic, you see yourself struggling. You see that the should I say, the memory place, the place that you store information, will start shrinking. So we don't want it to get to that end. We just want it, if you are struggling with so much, you have stress, you can talk to someone, you can try and get a break. Nobody, there is no one on earth without stress. So know that yours is not should I say, it's not new. It might be very specific to you. I wouldn't say I know what you are feeling, but know that yes, you need to be strong to do it. So you need a break. So take a break sometimes. You will need to rest. You need to schedule your break, no matter what you are going through, no matter what you think that it is that you want to achieve. You will need that break. And when you have the break, what you are doing is that you are giving your body the time to produce the right hormone, the time to readjust, the time to be restored. You know, restoration comes from that word. The root word is rest. So you need to be restored. So you need that rest. When you rest, you'll be able to perform better. Work and rest balance makes productivity a better thing. But if you keep working and you are stressing and you are going on and on, you will think that you are making headway, that you are achieving. But when you measure the output, you see that yes, the marginal, should I say, the marginal profit is getting lower, maybe even has entered negative, but you are still producing outputs. Like in economics, when you put input, you get the output. Before you know it, it will hit to when you put one input, you get one, which is when you break even. At the time, you'll still think, okay, I'm producing, because there is still output, but the truth is that the profit is gone. So you need to look at it that way and know that stress is not good for you. Try as much as possible to avoid stress. No matter what you are going through, whatever you want to achieve, you will need rest. It takes a wise man to know that rest is important. And if you understand that, you are going to go far, you are going to live longer, you are going to be stronger, you are going to be mentally more sound, you are going to, should I say, be happier. Because when you rest, your body is restored. It's just like stretching a rubber band. When you stretch it for a very long time, if you don't go back, it's going to snap. But if you keep going little and you go back, it will still be there for some time. So try as much as possible to give your body the rest it needs. Take a break. And when is the best time to take a break? It is when you plan it. Don't allow your body to take a break on you. Don't allow your brain to take a break on you. You know, sometimes we think, okay, we are reading and you are struggling. You see yourself, you are not able to understand. Most times it's either you are being too repetitive, that is not spaced, or maybe you're under stress and maybe you're not even focusing. So many things might be happening, or you're not using the right strategy to study. So try to encode information the right way, try to store it the right way, which I'm going to be talking about each of these stages, the encoding, how to encode information, especially for students and those that wants to improve their grade, improve their writing, or improve their memory if you want. So you will learn how to encode information. That will reduce stress, because you don't need to read and keep rereading, and you learn how to store information and learn how to retrieve it very fast. That will keep your memory working, and the more you exercise your memory, the better your memory ability, the better your ability to remember things, the better you can make judgments and make decisions faster. So we've come to the end of this break. This is 11 a.m. We are going back to our deep work section, and I want you to join us and make sure that you are working on your targets. You're working on your major, should I say, your main task. So reduce every distraction and remember to let your brain know that yes, you're going to be getting a rest of 10 minutes after 15 minutes. So let's go and see how much you achieve before it is 11:50. So it's a break time again. This is 11:50, and it's time for you to go on a break if you're joining. So you can go on a break, stretch, walk around, and relax. Do things that makes you relax, things that restore your energy and gives you clarity. You can go for a walk. You can meditate. You can take a power nap. I mean, 10 minutes is enough for a power nap. You will see yourself uh, being, should I say, energized and restored. So it's very important that you take a rest, take a break, and maybe you can join us for a chat, because here we also chat during the break, and maybe sometimes you see me, I walk around and stretch also. That's quite important to me and to everyone that sits for a very long time. You know, it's not healthy to sit a very long time. So you sit, you stand, you walk around, which is very, very important. So let's just look at the things we are talking about, looking at our memory and how to improve our memory, how to strengthen our memory, how to remember things easily, how to store information so you have enough information from where you can make your decisions, because memory is not just about remembering things. It's not about the things that are past. It's also for your future, because it's from that wealth of knowledge, the wealth of wisdom and experience that is in your brain that you draw from and make decisions. So it's very important. Your memory is very important, and you still want to remember your loved ones. Even in old age, you remember the things that you like doing. So it's quite important that you take care of your memory. Check in on yourself each day to see how you are doing. Check your memory, see how you are doing. It might should I say, surprise you. If you ask around to see how people are doing with their memory, you'll be surprised what you will hear and what you will see. Just ask, okay, what were you doing around this time yesterday? You see so many will struggle to remember, which the years past is not that way. And this is not only for adults, also for children. So it's quite important that you take care of yourself. Maybe you learn one or two things from this space that can help you protect yourself and your loved ones. So it's very, very important that we take care of our memory, to check in on ourselves. If you know that you are very forgetful these days, you go into a room, you're struggling, you go out, you're asking yourself, what did I go to that shop to do, without the list, and you didn't have the reminders, and now you're asking, okay, I came to this shop, there was something important I wanted to buy, and it's happening often. Then you know that you need to strengthen your memory. It's quite important, because that is the stuff from which you draw to make decisions, to live your day-to-day life. So it's very important that you have a good memory, a memory that will remember the things you've learned, the things you've seen, the things that you've studied. Is quite important, because it's from there that you draw what you need to apply in real life. So let's look at how we encode information. Most times we encode information from our sensories, like what you hear, what you see, and maybe what you feel. That's how we learn each time. Nobody learns from not being there, or if you haven't heard anything, unless it's inbuilt in you, which, yeah, genetics can do so many things. But let's just look at the things that we learn from the environment. You learn from studying, you learn from hearing, you learn from seeing, you learn from feeling. So that means the more sensory organs that you employ in learning, the better it is for you. If you learn, maybe you are learning one thing, you bring in your seeing, you bring in your smell, you bring in the feeling, then it will be easier for you to stop it. So let's just look at what we see these days when we learn. Many of us, what we are now involved in is just one-way interaction. It's not interaction, one-way communication, yes, one-way communication, and that is happening a lot with the kids, the little ones that should be learning how to interact, that should be learning how to improve their thinking, improve their ability to reflect, improve their creativity. Now, what you see is this one-way interaction from the television to them, from the laptop, from every content, the short, the long ones to them. So with very less interaction. And what we call interaction these days is just maybe typing a comment, okay, oh, that's good, that's beautiful. That is not interaction. Interaction always goes two ways. You ask questions and you receive answers. The other person asks questions and receive answers. And that is how a human brain was developed. That is how we grew up the way we are now. And now we are seeing this one way communication that goes only one way. You just watch it, and that is it. You make comments to yourself, you reflect to yourself. So that is how it is now. So we need to also look at their memory, to look at our memory, to see how forgetful we have become, because without that interaction, you see that you acquire more information, but with less understanding. Many people are just having so much information and they know little of everything, they can do carpentry, they can do this, they can do that. They will just go to the internet to do this, but they don't know any one of those things deeply. That is just how it is now. So that shows you how shallow people's thinking have become. So it's quite important that you strengthen your memory. So let's look at those encoding and the way we encode information. First, we look at the different memory that we have. We have the sensory, we have the short-term memory, and we have the long-term memory. So you pick information differently for each of these memory that you have. If it is just the sensory, just like you were walking and they ask you, did you see anybody? Did you pass anybody? Did you see any tree as you were walking? You can say, yes, I saw a tree, but the truth is that you did not pay attention. So you've forgotten the kind of tree or what it is. You didn't even pay attention. So that is just stored within the sense, which lasts for like few seconds. You knew that, yes, you saw this, but you can't give any detail. You don't understand anything about it. And with time, if you don't, let me say, pass through that area again, you might forget everything that you saw there. That is the sensory memory, and that is what we employ when we scroll through all those contents, you just keep going and going. That is not going to store anywhere. And the more you do that, you are training your memory, you are training your brain to treat information like that, as if it doesn't matter, which means it's not going to store it. You keep scrolling from morning till night, thousands of information. You can't just process all of them because it doesn't really have the time to process it. All you are doing is just to keep piling up information. So that is for the sensory. Let's look at the short-term memory, which act like your notepad. Is just your filter, is from where you get your working memory. Okay, you just saw something, now you look at it. Okay, you greeted that person and they ask you within few minutes, oh, did you see that person? Yes, I saw the person. Oh, and we also greeted. If you were not asked, after a few hours, you're going to forget it. Let's just say within 24 hours, you're going to forget up to 70% of that kind of interaction that you had, that you did not pay attention to, that you did not revisit. So that brings us to where we want to be, to store things in our long-term memory, to get it kept, for us to retrieve when we want it, after a month, after a year, for a lifetime, for 1 week. So it should be in the long-term memory, not the short-term memory, because the capacity of the short-term memory is quite small. So it doesn't hold so much information. So it will just hold the information that you need for a few minutes, and then another one will occupy it. And that is where most of us want to keep our information. Since we don't revisit it, we just keep piling information, bringing in more and more. They will all be stuck in there. So before you know it, you've forgotten them and you're struggling to remember. No, because you did not take it to the long-term memory, it's not going to stick. So to take it to the long-term memory, so many things are involved, and that is where we should pay attention. One is rest. Your memory processes information as you are resting. Your brain, it processes information as you are resting. So it will take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. You don't do anything in that. You don't contribute. You are not needed to do anything. All you have to do is to rest. As you are resting, your memory is processing the information. So if you never rested, if you don't rest, you just keep going, piling up information. You see yourself having so much information that you don't understand, and with time you forget it. And when you look at the forgetting curve, you see that after 24 hours, you are bound to forget up to 70% of those things that you saw if you did not revisit them. It is important that you give your brain the time to process the information. Another thing is also the strategies that you need to employ to use to take this information from your short-term memory to the long-term memory, especially if you're a student, and if you're a researcher, you're somebody that is conscious of improving your brain, improving your memory. Then you need to listen very carefully. You need to practice what we call spaced repetition, so you don't keep going on and on reading the same thing. You see yourself reading so much and not understanding. So you need to give it a space. You need to read, then you give it a space of maybe a day, then you go back to it, then you practice, you come back again. What you are doing is strengthening the pathway to your memory, strengthening your brain. So it's very important that you practice that repetition, but spaced. And also you need to practice active recall, which we are going to talk about the next break. Okay, this is 12 noon. So it's a very beautiful time, and where I am is dry and nice. The weather is very good. So let's go back to work and see how much you can achieve before it is 12:50. And if you're with us, please remember to be hydrated. Remember to have your healthy snacks around, and during the break to take your eyes off the screen and relax and schedule your rest like we are doing. Join us and rest what we are resting, and go back to work when we are at work time. It's a deep work time. So let's go back and see what we achieve before it is 12:50. Yeah, so it's our break time. It's time for us to stretch. It's a break time now, so we can stretch and relax and do the things that helps us restore and regain our energy. This is 12:50. For those that are joining us, make sure that you are also getting enough rest, and the break is very necessary. That is part of being productive. If you are not taking the rest, it's going to make your brain to not cooperate with you. You know that. And what you will see is that you're working hard but with less output. So it's very important that you take a rest. And when you take a rest, you are sharp. And when you take decision, and you see yourself working faster and being more productive. So uh, good work balance is really good, is helpful, is healthy, is very good for both your mental health and your physical health. So take the break. If you have a break, make sure to enjoy it and let every other person around you, your colleagues and all those that are working with you, let them know that yes, your break is very important to you. And for some of us, we are too nice. No, it's not it's not being kind. Kind is different from being nice. Some people, they don't want to offend others. They don't want others to say, oh, they are not helpful. So they will use their break time to finish their own and maybe help their neighbor, help their colleague, and maybe do more. So they will say, oh, they are nice. You're not being nice to yourself, and you're not being nice to that person you're working with. You're not being nice to your employer. Because once you rest, you see yourself doing better, you make less mistakes, you are faster taking decision, and you work faster in every area. So it's good that you learn to rest. It's good that you learn to take a break, and make sure to set that boundary that people know, okay, that your break is very important to you. So during this break time, I will encourage you to walk around. You can stand up if you've been sitting like we did since morning. If you've been there sitting from 10, you've already spent 10 to 11, 11 to 12. And this is now getting to 1, which means it's almost 3 hours. You can't sit for more than that. You can sit up to 3 hours without standing. Try as much as possible to stand, stretch, to improve circulation. That is part of your healthy living. It's very important that you exercise yourself, that you stand up. If you're sitting and walk around, maybe just stretch, and that's okay. But don't sit at a stretch. It's not healthy for your back. It's not healthy even for your own mental health. So try as much as possible to help your body get enough circulation. It's very good. So we are talking about how to improve our productivity, how to improve our results, how to improve our memory. So for the memory test, I want you to take one, and yeah, you don't need to put it in the chat, but if you want, it's okay, you can just put it in the chat. Let's see what you think, and maybe if you are able to identify, okay, that's your memory is very good, or maybe your memory needs strengthening, or maybe, oh, I think I didn't know that it has gone this bad. So I will just make a list of 10 items, and then I want you to maybe recount them within yourself, or you can write it down, or you can write it in the chat, all the things that are mentioned. Let's see how much of it you remember after 30 seconds. So I'll mention them, then 30 seconds you start, and let's see if you remember them. They are very important. So let me pause this. Yeah. So the first thing that I'll mention 10 things, or do I make it 6? Okay, let me just make it 6. And let's see if you're able to remember up to 5 of it. That's okay after 30 seconds. So the first one is an apple. The second one is a fridge. The third one, I don't know. Don't write it down. Just try to remember it. If you write it down, that's like keeping a reminder for yourself. What you're trying to see is how much that you can retain, how much you encode, how much you retain after 30 seconds. So you try to bring it out again. So the first one I said apple. The second one is fridge. I'm making a list of 6 objects. Then later you just let me know those things, or you can just write it down to test your own memory to see how much you remember. So the third one, I will say camera. Then the fourth one will be a bulb. Then the fifth one, I will say a computer. Then the sixth one, I will say a flask. So we've mentioned 6 items. After 30 seconds. I want you to recount them to see how many of those you can remember. I should have made it 10, but let's just end with this 6. Later we make it 10. The next one we might make it 20. Then you know how much you remember. You know those games that you play, you try to remember, okay, you've seen this, and they'll close it and say, okay, where did you see this? Those helps you to train your memory, so you can just get some of them. They are quite fun to play. Like you see different flowers, you see different things. After 10 seconds, they are all closed, and you try matching them. Those are very good for your memory, so you can also try them. And so let's just say that our 30 seconds is gone. So let's see how many of those things that you remember. You can just write it down. So we had 6 objects, which I'll mention if we have the time at the end of our talk. We have 4 minutes. So let's look at how we encode information, how we store information, and how we can strengthen our recall. Like I said, every muscles of the body needs exercise, and so is your brain. Your brain is just like any other muscle, but it's just a very soft one. So you give it a gentle exercise, and you need to exercise it very, very well each day. Make sure that you exercise your memory. It's very good that you do that. If you leave it dormant, if you leave it not using it, then you know what will happen. I'm not just going to mention, it's just like you not using your leg for maybe 6 months. You're just sitting, you never stood up, you didn't want to exercise. Even when you exercise, you just stand up, you pick a cup of water, you sit back. When the day it will happen and they say it's time to run, you know you wouldn't be able to run. So it's good that you exercise your memory. Exercise it gently each day, and that is going to strengthen it. Is going to make it better. You'll be thinking faster. You'll be able to produce information from it faster. So the easiest way and the best thing to do with your memory is to always practice active recall. So you try to recall what you've seen, try to remember the things that you've learned, try to remember the things that you discussed. Let's just say you went for a meeting. At the end of the day, just ask yourself, what is the take home from this meeting? What did I get from this meeting? What was the highlight of this meeting? Or maybe you met so many people. At the end of the day, try to remember the names. Maybe they did the introduction and they were all telling you different kinds of name. You can just take it as a game to remember those names. So when you try to pull from your brain, to pull from your mind what you have heard or learned or you've read, you are exercising the memory. That is just what matters. It matters very, very much. So try as much as possible to consult yourself each day. When you sit down, try to analyze everything that you've done. Try to analyze, okay, what you did yesterday, what was I doing in the morning? Try to remember things. You will see that if you're just starting, sometimes it might be very confusing. You're not the only one in this, and it's not something to be ashamed of. It's just that we have so much external memory that we are depending on, and we have so much support from technology, from IT. It's just too much that you don't need to think about anything. You just need to Google it. You just need to ask your phone and you get the answer, which means you are not exercising your mind, you're not exercising your memory. So it's going to grow weaker, it's going to just relax, or maybe it will change the way it functions from trying to remember, trying to understand, to trying to show you where to find information. That is how it functions now. So it's very important that you consult yourself. So I will ask you this question: when last did you consult yourself before going to your phone? Maybe you were trying to spell a name, you were trying to spell a word that was difficult. Did you give yourself the time to think through it before going to your phone or to your laptop or to whatever help you have to sort it out? If you have been doing that, I will encourage you to try as much as possible to consult yourself first each time. If you are struggling to make a calculation, maybe you went to the store, you bought things, and now you are home, you want to know, okay, how much did I spend? Please first consult yourself. Try and use your pen and paper if your brain is unable to calculate it at that point in time. The more you do that, the more you strengthen your brain nerves. You are strengthening the memory pathways in your brain, and that is going to keep it active. It's going to tell your brain that yes, that you'll be consulted to bring this out next time. So your brain is going to pay attention. But if you are not paying attention, everything is just going. I mean, what I'm saying now is what I've seen. I've asked people. You just ask them, oh, can you do this the they will go straight to their calculator, to their phones. And when you ask them, please, can you just use your pen and paper? Oh, it's been a long time, I haven't done that. And they struggle to do it. And from there, you will see that so many of us are very, very forgetful now, because now we no longer depend on our brain to do so many things. We have so much help that has made our brain not to be exercised. So you need to exercise your brain. You need to be on top of your game. You need to keep your memory sharp, because it is not only for the past. It's not for you to remember your past loved ones and everything that is in the past from yesterday. It is also for your future, because it's from your memory that you draw information that you use to make decisions. And that is very, very important. So it's very important you strengthen yourself. You consult yourself. You strengthen your memory. Some things like Apple fridge, you mentioned the camera, you mentioned the flags. Yeah, so if you don't know how many of those that you got, the computers, so if you got up to 5 of it, then you've tried. If you didn't, it's also good, because you've exercised your memory. That is what matters most. And then from there, and try to do that every day, maybe each day. Try to sit down in the evening and ask yourself questions. What did I do today? What did I take home from the discussion, from the meeting I went to, from the place that I went to? Maybe you went for a walk. What did I see? Try to consult your memory. Try to wake your memory up each day. And doing that is going to strengthen your memory. So let's go back to our deep work time to see how much we achieved before it is 150. So it's a break time now. Home of Beauty, thank you so much. You've been there with all your support. Thank you so much. Let me pause this. This is a break time. It's time for us to relax. It's time for us to renew our energy. It's time for us to gain the clarity that we need. So if you've been working and doing the deep thinking like I'm doing, it's time for you to take your mind off the work that you have and let us discuss our memory. Let us look at what our memory is doing these days and how we can improve it. So we've talked about what the memory is. When we talk about memory, what comes to mind, which is just the ability to get information, that's to encode the information, to store it and to retrieve it when you want it. So that is what we always talk about when we say, oh, the memory is weak or the memory is strong. So that's where we normally get it. And most people, they notice that their memory is weak. It's something that they say they notice, maybe is declining, maybe they are forgetful, maybe they think about things and they are no longer remembering. They will think, oh, my memory is having a problem. But most times, don't take it serious, because most times it's just something temporary, because there are so many things that we are doing that are not helping our memory, and there are some of them that are also age related. So when it's age related, you see people that they are forgetful and so many other things, and those are also the things that you can work on if you are still active, if you're walking around, if you even at retirement age. There are so many things that you can do to strengthen your memory. So those are the things that we are talking about in this space. And there are so many things that we do, some of the habits that we have as humans that are not helpful to our memory, like when we are stressed, should I say, very dependent on the external memory. You see us, whenever we want to find any answer, we don't consult ourselves, we don't even try to remember things, we don't even try to struggle or to, should I say, make our brain to struggle to bring out the information. We just go to our phone, we just go to our laptop to bring it out. That is weakening your memory. So try as much as possible each time to consult yourself first before you go to those external help. So let's look at those some of those activities, some of those habits, the things that we do that are not helpful. And many of us, we don't know the damage that does, and we think, oh, we are getting it right because you are stressing, because you don't sleep, and you think, okay, putting in more hours will make it work. Putting in more hours means more output, but most times we know it doesn't work that way. More hours most times doesn't yield more output. Sometimes you see yourself being very forgetful, you see yourself stressed, you see yourself even taking time, should I say, more time to make decisions. So your decision making gets lower. That is what lack of rest does. And when you are not resting, your body produces a hormone, that cortisol that people have been talking about. Most people, they think it's all about the skin, that it will make your skin rough, it will make you to look old and all those. But your memory is even having more impact, is getting more impact than you can imagine. So stress is not good for you. When it comes to your memory, once you are stressed and your body is producing this cortisol, is going to affect your hippocampus. That's the place that your memory is being formed. And if the stress continues, if it is something that is now chronic, it will start shrinking. So if your memory hub is shrinking, you know that you can't store much. So it is important that you reduce stress. Instead of going on and on and on, it's better that you do a little, then you take a break, then you go back to it. That is very important. Another thing that is not helping our memory is sleep. When you are not sleeping enough, if you lack sleep, you get confused. If you lack sleep, you see yourself not thinking very fast, not being quick in taking decisions. You see yourself struggling. Lack of sleep, it interferes with the way your memory is formed, because your memory during your sleep, during your rest, that is the time your brain will take they take the information that you've seen, you've studied, the things that you have done, and take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So if you are not resting, you are not giving your brain the time to process those information. So there will be nothing stored there, or there will be too much information in the short-term memory, which leads to overload, and you see yourself confused confused, you see yourself having a brain fag and all those, you see yourself being very slow in taking decisions. So that is not important, that is not helpful. You need to sleep, and when you sleep, your brain will process the information, your brain will take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory, and you will see that your body will also relax, which is very helpful, which is very healthy. So when your body relaxes, it will produce a happy hormone, it will tell your body that everything is all right. So you will think better, so you perform better. Another thing that has been inhibiting people's memory is the kind of food they eat. And we are, maybe one day I will have to bring out, get time, should I say, take it maybe for one day to talk about the food we eat and how it impacts our memory. Let me solve this their puzzle here. And how it impacts our memory. Most of the food we eat now, some of them are not healthy. And we know it. Some of the oil, some of the, and we know already that our food, especially those in Africa and most people also, is starch heavy. And we have so much carbohydrates in it. Even those that are eating the meat and all those, some of them are super processed. When I mean ultra processed food, which are not helpful. And there are so many things that we are lacking. And once you start lacking vitamin B, the B12, you know, so many people, they will think, oh, they went to the hospital and they told them, oh, you are now, you feel so weak in the morning because you lack vitamin B12. Have you checked your memory also? Because it's not only that weakness in the morning, or maybe you feel very tired, your brain is also taking a hit. So it's good that you eat a balanced diet, you eat varieties of food, and you introduce your children to that early. Varieties make sure that your plate is colorful. You have everything that should be there, the leaf, the protein, the carbohydrate, let it be balanced. So eat and sleep well. When you eat, you sleep well, and you have the right balance between work and rest, you will produce more, you'll be more productive. It's not all about how many hours you pull. You know, some people, while we were in school, I will always give this, should I say, example. While we were in school, you see some people, they will read all through the day and they will read all through the night, and maybe during the when it is school time, they will still go to the classes. After the class, they are reading. After reading at night, they are reading. And have you asked yourself how many of those people really graduated with a very good score? I'm not talking about these days that they have something that is fighting for them and all those. I'm talking about those that were able to develop their memory, to develop themselves, to acquire the skill they need, the confidence that they need to perform. So it is not helpful pulling that long hours. What is helpful is working smart, which means you should have the right balance between work, rest, and food. So have time for your food, have time to rest, and make sure that you guide your rest time. Your rest time is not a time for you to finish those tasks that you couldn't finish. You know, they will tell you, oh, you still have time, can you just finish it, use this break time and do that. Tell them no, because a wise man knows that when you rest, you function better. When you rest, you are going to think smarter. So take that rest. And when you rest, your body is going to be restored. You know that word restored is from the root word rest. So when you rest, your body is restored. You are, should I say, energized. You have clarity of mind, and you can face the task at hand with clarity, and you'll be more efficient. So try as much as possible. If you're a student and you are struggling, or if you're working and you are struggling, you see that you're going through so much stress, I want you to start from today. Plan your day. Make sure that you factor in the rest time. Make sure that you say, okay, between this time and this time, I'm on break. And protect that break as if you are protecting your appointment with the doctors. Because if you don't protect that break as if you are protecting your appointment, you will see the doctors often, and you will have a lot of mistakes, you have a lot of stress, and things won't, it's not going to be better than when you are taking rest. So take the rest. When you rest, your body is being restored. Your mind will gain the clarity that it needs, and those bad hormones that your body is going to produce will go away. You know, there are so many things that makes people forgetful, and most times they are attached to stress. Go and check it. Most things that makes people forgetful, many of them are attached to stress. When you are too stressed, your hormone will start going haywire. When you are too stressed, you see yourself, you are forgetful because you have so much things that is working in your mind and you are not making any headway. So try as much as possible before you go to your work in the morning. Fix the time for rest. Tell yourself between this time and this time I'm closing it. And remember that rest is not a luxury. It's not something that they give you because you finished everything. No, nobody ever finished every task. Even those that left us on earth here, they didn't finish. So why will you wait till you finish? No, take your rest. So rest is very important. Make sure to take it. And should I say, you should know that the more you rest, the better you're thinking. So take the night sleep serious. Take your rest in between jobs serious. I didn't say you should leave your job. You should work and also rest. So when you work, you rest, you eat, you function better. That is how it works. I want to thank, that's Gesso Enterprise. Thank you so much for being there. I will visit. I have some questions I want to ask about some things, so I will visit. I hope you will take me up then. So for those that are with us, this is 2 p.m. and we are going back to our deep work time. So during the deep work time, I want you to reduce every distraction because your focus is what you need to build your memory. Without focus, it's hard to keep your memory going or to build it up. So let's focus and see how much you achieve before it is 2:50.
So it's that time, and I'll be out for now. Stretch. So I'll post it here, then return afterwards. So it's a break time for me to walk around, stretch. Then I return. Okay. So that's just 3 minutes. Then be on a break. You can go on a break and walk around, stretch if you want to stretch. Get a cup of tea if you want to relax, whatever you want to do to relax. So you do that. But remember, it's not the time to get more confused or to finish the work that you didn't finish. So let's try as much as possible to take our eyes off the screen and off the main work that you're doing and see how much we can achieve. So thank you so much, Home of Beauty, and everyone that has been supporting for your tapping. Wow, that's a lot in there. Thank you so much. And during this break, I want us to take some exercise also on our memory improvements. So let's look at what we can do to improve our memory. There are so many things that you can do each time, but I don't want us to see it as a very difficult task, or maybe trying to go and buy some expensive games or register in all those these things. They are important if you can, and if you they are helpful too. But we can do some of the things that are just common, some things that we should do every day. There are so many of those things that you can do. A habit. So if it is not your habit, do it like each day when you return from work, you just sit down, ask yourself, okay, to summarize everything that you have been through, what you've seen, what you have discussed, and try to find the highlights. Maybe you divide it also in hours, divide it maybe morning section, afternoon section, and evening session. What was I doing in the morning? And you try to summarize everything that you did. And you can also think maybe yesterday, what did I do? And that is going to help you strengthen your memory, and that is going to help you to improve your ability to take decisions. When we talk about taking decisions, we know that we take decisions every day and in different ways. So you want to take the right decision. You don't want to take decision that is not informed. And from where do we get the information and the skill to take decisions? Is from the memories, from what we have already stored. So it's very important that you have something up there. And for those that are now so dependent on technology and so dependent on others, helping them write, helping them to speak, helping them to do, is quite important that you rely on yourself. It's not because you are going to do it better
better or you're going to not do it better. But the problem is that when you keep, should I say, uh, giving yourself that freedom of just using others to do it, you will lose your confidence. The confidence that you gain from knowing that yes, you can do it, and the competence that comes from failing all over and over. When you have tried, you didn't succeed, and you try again, and now you succeed, then you develop the competence. So you need that competence and you need the confidence to really grow in any career, in any skill, if you want to be on top of your game. So that is what you need, and you can't get it by relying on others. If you are always doing, okay, you want to get the best result, you want to get the best certificate, you want them to praise you that, oh, you got it right, and now you depend on technology, you depend on other people. Remember that what you have succeeded in doing is cheating yourself. You've cheated yourself of your money, and you cheated others of the trust that they put, they've given you, and you are cheating yourself of what you need most to grow, which is your confidence to grow. Because when you are not confident in handling new tasks or challenging tasks, you see yourself trying to avoid new challenges, even when it means new growth, even when it means, should I say, bigger opportunities. You see yourself avoiding it because you are not confident that you can do it. When you know you can do it, you can go boldly, hold the, should I say, the bull's horn, and because you've tried it before, you succeeded, you've done it so many times, and yeah, you have the confidence in yourself that yes, this is not going to fail, it's not going to be different. So you see yourself going forward. But with what we see now, with so many people, is like, they just want to get the certificate, they just want to pass, they just want to be, should I say, get it done without really improving themselves. That is not the right way to go. So if you're a student, you're still an undergraduate student, do your best to learn how to study. That is the first step. Learn how to study. Then if you're a master student, wherever you are, it's time for you to master your subject, to master your area or specialty, the area of specialization. Many times you think that masters is just an extension of where you have been. No, at that point, what you are expected to be is a master of your own area. So you should be able to get, if it were to be in the olden days, you should be able to get apprentice. You should be able to teach them those things that you've learned. You should be able to manage your own firm, manage whatever you have. So that is what you expected to do, to master that area. So give yourself that opportunity, even if it means not getting the best. Make sure that depends on who is defining the best, because the best you can get is developing your own self, is strengthening your own ability. So try to strengthen your own ability. Then if you are a PhD student, there is no need for you already know what it takes. And at that point in time, you are a grandmaster. You should be able to stay on your own and maybe do your own projects. Maybe if you're doing a patented project, you should be able to do it. Whatever that comes your way, you should be able to handle it. So if you have already sold out your foundation, maybe during the undergraduate, you didn't do it yourself, your master's, you didn't do it yourself, your PhD, I bet you won't be able to do it yourself. And at the end, you will lose the confidence that you need, that competence of having learned and having gone through it will be lacking. So it will be something that would be, should I say, it will be an injury to your foundation, which you might not be able to recover from. So try as much as possible to build your foundation right. And if you have been doing that, you can actually retrace your step and try to improve yourself. It's not all about the grade. You will still get a very good grade if you depend on yourself. So let's look at what we can achieve before it is 4, because this is the last section for today. So we are going to be doing it for 1 hour from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. And if you have a lot to do, remember that you need to rest. You don't rest because you finish, you rest because you have a lot to do. So let's go. We've rested, and now it's time for us to go back to our deep work section. And during this deep work section, we reduce every distraction. And remember that at the end of it, when it's 4, we'll be here to round up what we've been saying, all the things that we said about improving our memory, improving our productivity. Then we'll round up, and maybe if you have any question, you can just put it there and let's answer you. If you're a student, you are struggling, you can ask questions. If you're a researcher, you are struggling, please ask questions. We all have a lot at hand that we are doing. We have so much that we have to handle and a lot of stress. So it will do good if you, it will do you some good if you can discuss with others, maybe those of like mind. You can also put it in the chat. Nobody, most times we use alias in these platforms so we can discuss it. Actually, it will be helpful. So whatever way you are struggling financially, or in your memory, whatever way, you can just ask questions and yeah, you receive answers. Even if we can't answer it, maybe we just try to discuss it. Once we discuss it, you'll see it will be lifting, it will be uplifting for you. So let's go and see how much you achieve before it is 4 p.m. Yeah, so we've come to the end of today's study workspace, and We've done the deep work and we've completed the 6 hours like we promised from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. That is where we are now, and we've also had break. That means we've had like from now to be the sixth one. So we are just rounding up, and remember that we are always here every week, Wednesdays and Thursdays. So join us every week to go through the deep work. If you're looking for a structured time to do your work and you are struggling with so many rules and you are lagging behind, or you think, okay, I need to meet up, I need to do the work, yeah, you can just join us each time and maybe make it a habit every Wednesday, Thursday, join us. So you just have the right balance between work and rest. You go on a break every 1 hour, you have 10 minutes to rest and 50 minutes of deep work time. That is how it runs in this space. And it's a very, should I say, encouraging space, a place with less pressure for you to do the work that you have to do. And remember that it's good that you train your focus, because without the focus, it's too difficult for you to build the memory that you need. You need to build your memory, so your focus is very important. And remember to do the memory test that you have every day. Remember to check in on yourself to see how much you remember of your activities, like yesterday, what did you do around this time last week, where were you and what were you doing. I know many of us will struggle with that for the first 1 week or the second week, but it is okay. You are just doing the exercise and you are trying to pull information from your brain, which is the retriever, that's an active recall, and that is the exercise that your brain needs. And with time, over time, let's just say within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you see your memory will be improving. It's very important that you check in on yourself and try it this week. If you haven't been doing that, okay, just try it this week and maybe consult yourself first before checking your phone, or maybe asking Google or Alexa the time of the day. Try to see if you remember the time of the day, and you try as much as possible to do the spellings yourself, to do the calculations from your brain, or you use pen and paper to do some of those calculations in order to, should I say, exercise your brain, to help your brain to struggle a little. Because if your brain doesn't struggle, it's not going to pay attention. So you need that attention. You need to revisit. You need to ask your brain questions. If you are engaging in any content this week, I want to encourage you to engage with meaningful content and try as much as possible to ask questions like, what is in this content for me? What is the highlight of this meeting? Okay, if you have come to work, okay, what were the things that you saw? What were the discussions that, let's just say you had a discussion with someone or you met people, you can just try to remember their names. Those are the things that you can just do. They are little things. They don't look very difficult, isn't it? It's something that is very small. You can just try it out and your memory is improving day by day through that. Don't just go through each day as if they don't matter, because you know where to find information. You can always consult your phone. You can always consult your calculator. When you keep consulting that without exercising your memory grow weaker. It will grow weaker and weaker. Your memory is going to be weakened like every other muscles of the body that you are not using. If you use your muscles, if you use your hand, you can just go and check the hand of those carpenter, those that are doing carpentry work, and those that are lifting weight. You see how developed their muscles are in that area. If you see all those athletes, check their legs and you see how strong it is. So if you exercise your brain also, that is how strong it gets. And remember that your brain doesn't need any Olympics racing, or maybe something that is very difficult. But each day, try to check in on yourself to see how you are doing. Try to ask questions on what you are watching or what you are reading. What is in this for me? What is the highlight? And try to see if you remember the things that you studied, and if you can replicate your notes without looking at it, if you can teach it to yourself, if you can say it aloud. Those are the things that you can do to improve. So every day, checking on yourself and see if you're very forgetful. It's time that you wake yourself up and reduce your dependence on external memory. External memory, they remind us of the appointments that we have. We no longer have to remember them. You have your phone, you put it in there. You don't have to struggle to remember spellings, because you know that your phone is there, or your laptop, or whatever you have for your head is there to help you remember those things. So try as much as possible to consult yourself first this week. So the remaining of this week, do it with your brain. And the more you do it with your brain, the stronger your brain muscles, the stronger your the memory parts in your brain develops. So that is how to form that memory. And remember that your memory is not just about remembering the past. It's not just about you remembering what you have done. It is also about your future, because that is from where you draw to make decisions and to implement whatever you've known. So it's very important that you keep your memory intact, that you keep it working, you keep it sharp, so you can make prompt decisions and very accurate decisions based on information that you already store in your brain. So the dependence on those technology, is not bad that you have technology, but remember that they are tools. So use them as tools, use them to help yourself, to use them to like if you're a researcher, you know how good it is when you use those things. Like you go to Google now, Google can actually just send you so much information than it used to be. So you can go, okay, how do I find this? Or you go to the library, it's quite easy. And sometimes they even, some of them will help you summarize journals, summarize what you are trying, so you know if they are important, so you don't waste your time on them. That's the way it should be used, and not a replacement for your brain. It's not a replacement for your thinking, because should I say, so unique the way you think. So you don't need to depend on those generic things, and make your product, make your creativity very unique and very different from others. So I wish you a very successful week. The remaining part of this week, make sure that you rest, make sure that you have enough rest, enough sleep, and eat well. Eat your rainbow, eat balanced diet. Make sure that you eat food, should I say, food from different sources, not just different colors. Make sure you eat those from the seed, if you are not allergic to it, from fresh vegetables, from seed, from if you are the animal eaters, just get it from different sources. It's very, very important that you do that, and make sure that they are of different colors also, which means you should have the red, the blue, the green, whatever that makes up the rainbow in your plate, that makes it happier. So have a successful week, have a very nice weekend. I'll see you next week in this space again. That's Wednesday and Thursday at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bye for now, and thanks to everyone that supported.